Hello, that means that some of the participants could arrive. Welcome to everybody to the third CESI summer days. I was told that when something happens 3 times in a row, it's a tradition. So that's good, because it means we're going to meet again next year. This year's topic is making the Green Deal social. And somehow, when preparing for this conference, I was pondering on this Green Deal that has been around for several years now, and what it could mean to making it social. And we always talk about the twin transition. I must say the first thing that came to my mind when it was launched, and Jules Korte isn't here yet, but he'll come, and I may ask him the same, is why is it called a twin transition and not a triple transition? Because the social dimension is essential to it. It's probably, although we call it the transition, the biggest revolution that we have seen in the past 200 years. That is what went through my mind when preparing for it. And I thought, we are talking about new forms of work. What could that mean? Let me look up what kind of jobs we had before the Industrial Revolution. And I found the ironsmith, the boiler maker, the tool makers, and a gas smeller. So a person who went through the streets of a city to see if there are leakages. Everything is now, of course, technological. And these are all jobs that are gone. New jobs have been created. Now, today, we're going to talk about the impact of the Green Deal on labor markets and jobs and economies. And I'll hand over to the organizers. This year's CESI conference is organized in partnership with Reshaping Work and Bertelsmann Stiftung. And we start with our opening panel, but not before I have given you some technical information about the day. Number 1 is good news. The organizers have decided to make you a present. This is not just a name tag. It has seeds in the paper. And you are meant to put it in water and plant it in your garden. So it's a contribution that CESI makes to the Green Deal. Number 2 is, this is your program. Okay, and if you turn it around, you're gonna find a hashtag, 2 actually. One gives you the Wi-Fi code, and the other one, the event documents. Of course, we all need to adapt to the digitalization, and it seems that my phone isn't yet there, so I had a problem in getting the Wi-Fi code. You need a password for that. It didn't work on my phone, so we have decided, there is the password, that if there's someone else with the same problems that I have experienced, please go to your settings, choose the Wi-Fi, and then the Wi-Fi code is welcomebau100. Okay, then Twitter hashtag. You will see that also in a moment. We all know that we live in the age of social media. And I'm about to say, like, it happens only what is on social media, but I know it's exaggerated. However, promoting this event and the discussion through social media is extremely important. So please do not hesitate. I hope everybody can see that. I'm stepping aside. This is the hashtag for the CESI summer days. Do not hesitate to tweet about the discussions. My last point is about visual storytelling. It's a dimension that is very important when you want to be creative, when you really want to come to new solutions, create new ideas. You also need the visualization part. And already last year, CESI invited Joyce at the end to create visuals about the discussions. And while we are here and speaking, and when our keynote speakers present, she will just scribble down, draw what she takes away from it, and we'll share it with you later. Having said that, I'm very happy to hand over to Klaus, Secretary General from CESI, for the opening remarks. Then Birgit Wintermann, maybe you already want to come to the stage. Birgit Wintermann from Bertelsmann Stiftung, and of course also Giovanna Karavanovic from Reshaping Work. I would ask you to please already join us on the podium, Giovanna and Birgit, because you're going to follow Klaus afterwards. Klaus, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm actually here to smell the gas only. I don't know where I find myself back behind the microphone. And Joyce, thank you very much for being with us and accompanying this. How could I say? It's a moving event. Huh? It's fun. I will come back to that at the end of my presentation, but the idea is really in our sense that this is taking place, and that was a great start. Introduce yourself to the neighbor, make yourself known, make yourself heard during this event. It's not about listening to all of these people here on stage. It's about having debates and exchanges. And I would like to welcome, of course, all participants, all speakers. I would like to welcome the Bertelsmann Foundation. Birgit, it has been 4 years in between COVID, in between, I don't know how many things happened, and I must say I'm really pleased and happy to be back with the Bertelsmann Stiftung here, and of course Reshaping Work. It's a real pleasure to have you guys on board. I mean, you're sometimes a bit bulldozerish, but this is what we need. You know, we need these people to bring forward the agenda, and I think it's much appreciate how you're doing that, also in cooperation with us. This third edition of Summer Days, you know, we look, as I said, back to 2019. We thought already, oh, this is the end of the world now, the future of work. There's a big dark cloud, and we have to organize something to make it a little bit lighter. You know, this is why we chose this place here. We said we have to discuss the future of work, but in an environment where we also have positive insights. Because in German there's a saying, you know, you say, be happy because it could get worse, you know. Sei froh, es könnte. So we were happy and it got worse. And we have seen now, of course, the war in Ukraine, inflation, I mean, not to mention COVID. And I think this is also the spirit of today's meeting, that it is, despite all these black clouds, something positive we can look forward to, and something positive we can look forward to because we cooperate in a very productive way. We also have, there's some music instruments here, also to have a good mood. The band has been asked to play Don't Worry, Be Happy the whole evening, and Macarena in between, so we stay in a good mood even after some apocalyptic announcements we probably will be hearing today. Yeah, 5 key questions. She's quite tough, so we will be squeezed into that frame again and again. By Kerstin, how will the Green Deal impact economies, labor markets, and jobs? What will be the impacts of the twin transitions on different regions and industry sectors? What will be the challenges from the perspectives of the public and the private sectors? And that's quite important for us because we represent quite a lot of public sector, but also private sector workers, the mutual expectations, both from the private sector to the public sector and vice versa. And then the big quiz question, how to make the Green Deal fair, inclusive and sustainable, and for us as trade unions, of course, how do we make sure that workers are in the middle of it? And I think we'll hear a lot of very interesting propos, as we would say in French, on that. I don't want to drill on the program. Just as we know, I mean, I think we're all here because we know there's no alternatives. There's, as somebody else said, there are no new jobs on a new planet. And what did Guterres say recently? We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot on the accelerator. So I think we all agree that there is no alternative to the green transition, which is, of course, at the same time being promoted. I'm sure you would say a couple of words, or quite some words about that, accompanied by the interlinked digital transition. We are facing challenges, I would say, as trade unions. The impacts of this green transition will be very different according to sectors, according to industries, according to companies, and new jobs will be created, as also the Commission. We can certainly ask Mr. Korte also what the numbers of the Commission are, but many others will be lost, and new carbon neutral industries, businesses and sectors will emerge. Many of those that are energy or carbon intensive will disappear. So that makes, of course, quite many of our members also nervous. I mean, we represent, for instance, she will be a speaker also later, no, I think tomorrow, Sarah. She's from the automotive sector in Italy. Well, they're saying, I mean, all this is going a little bit fast. We might need a little bit more time, yet time we do not have. And if we speak of sustainability, and I'm sure we will have quite some exchanges also about the notion of sustainability. I had just earlier also the possibility to speak with some participants. This is our CESI division, our CESI approach. We say there's an economy business perspective, meaning there can be no future without economic growth. Then we have the environment climate perspective, which has a very strong focus on the environment protection, or the only focus. For instance, last generation, there can be no future without a safe planet. From the society worker perspective, which is our perspective, there can be no future without people's well-being. I think here the notion of well-being sustainability will also be subject to tomorrow's discussion in the second part. Now, what is our sustainability perspective? What is our social perspective? I think 4 points or 5 points: the preservation of as many quality and sustainable jobs as possible. The creation of as many new quality jobs as possible, the transformation of as many unsustainable jobs as possible into sustainable jobs, and of course, large-scale and tailored retraining, upskilling opportunities, the whole being flanked by social, adequate, seamless social protection schemes. What we say, and I think this will be the common view here also, if this is not a whole of society approach, if, let's say, the whole thing will occur to the detriment of workers who will just be laid off or replaced, if it leads to major job losses and negatively affect our economies, societies, and social protection systems, the Green Deal will lose. We will lose. The Green Deal will not be sustainable. It will fail. So leaving no one behind is therefore not only moral imperative, it's a pragmatic necessity. And of course, we, the trade unions, want to be in the center of these transitions, with all the flaws, with all the benefits, with all the guarantees we do not have. And I'm really curious also to hear the many experts who will share their views today. What will be the impact? Because as trade unions, we will have to map them. I have 35 pages left. I will leave it here. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Klaus. And Birgit Wintermann from Bertelsmann Stiftung. Birgit has been with Bertelsmann Stiftung for, I think now, over a decade, and always been working in social market economy. So, Birgit,
yes.
with you.
1 moment. I'm a little bit shorter than Klaus. So, yes, I'm very happy to be here after 2019, the first time. Last year was not possible for me to come, so, and I have to see, yes. Because I had a 3-month sabbatical, which I used to cycle with my husband through Scandinavia. You can sleep everywhere where you want with a tent. And why am I telling you this? First, I have a bet running with some CESI colleagues if I am able to bring in again a cycle. Who of you has been here 2019? would you please sign? There are some people, perhaps you remember, I had my bicycle in that presentation as well. So this is the first point. But the other one, which is more important, we will hear a lot of politics today about economy, competition. I want to focus on the people, we as a person, who have to make all these changes. And I want to show a different perspective. Last year, we had to face some catastrophes. I can't say this. They are so awful catastrophes. One of them was in Germany, the Ahrtal 2021, when we had a flood. There we had 134 dead people, 766 injured people. There was a damage of 8.2 billion euros. It was really awful. We have really damaged forests. It's a forest dieback. The trees are highly stressed. We have 160 million damaged wood, cubic meters of damaged wood. And we lose, with that, the forests as a water reservoir. And we have a big damage to biodiversity and no binding of carbon dioxide. Another one point is the drought. We don't have time enough today to talk about drought and the impact, but what is obvious is that there is a lot of things going on that damage our lives. And one number again, 15,000 people died alone of heat due to the heat we had in 2022. I think if you're driving towards someone and you know there is a risk to hurt someone, would you going on to drive to this person? We wouldn't. But I think what we are doing just now is we are still driving towards the people and go on hurting them. I think this is something that has to change. I want to give you an example. The speaker, Martin Gett, he wrote a book about the question, what it is like to work only 4 days instead of 5 days a week. And he has one chapter about the consequences for the climate. And if you lock up your company for one more day, you don't need so much electricity, heating, and so on. So this is really good to do this. You don't have to commute for one day, and there is a finding that if you stay at home, you don't make car trips, but you stay at home and do things with your family. You're just playing with your kids, Monopoly, making other things, and this all combined with mobile work, you don't have so much pollution going on. And the people are happier and healthier. I think this is really important. What is shown is that 10% less working brings you to 14.6% smaller CO2 footprint. And you feel better and more motivated. Only 1 day less work without losing any productivity. You haven't even changed anything in the production or service. I think that shows how easy it could be to change something without having done something that is really hard to do. We have to think out of the box, and we have to change and we have to adapt. It might not be easy. We sure will have to wave, and we have to make sure that nobody will be left behind socially. That is a strength. I think while we had the pandemic in Europe, we could show that we really can this better than other countries in the world. So we should stick to this. I have learned on my journey what is important for me and for my life. I think everybody should ask yourself what it is for your life and for yourself what is important. For me, it has nothing to do with big cars. It had nothing to do with très chic clothing or with jewelry or driving and flying around the planet, but you have to find out for yourself. I'm looking forward to discuss with all of you what we all can do better to have a better life for our children as well, and I'm looking forward to it. Have fun today, and I hope we will have a lot of discussion to make it better. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we move forward. to what truly matters to the future of work. And Giovanna, perhaps something that should be said is that you are also assistant professor at the Rotterdam Management School for Business, and that you founded Reshaping Work. So over to you, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kerstin. I don't know if there is anything left for me to say after these amazing introductions here, but welcome everybody from my side as well. Thank you so much for being here with us today to discuss this very, very important topic. So during the next 2 days, what we're going to be discussing is the transition to the green economy, as well as the impact on the way we're going to live, but also work. There is, I think, a lot to be hopeful about. The Green Deal, with its ambitious goals of achieving carbon neutrality and fostering sustainable development, holds promise for the greener future. At the same time, it would also be a catalyst for digital transformation and accelerating innovation in the digital sector and promoting the integration of technology for environmental sustainability. We also have to keep in mind the new technologies that we can harness. Think about artificial intelligence, virtual reality, everything that's at our disposal. And sometimes I feel like that we think of technologies as something that have subjectivity of its own, they can act, but actually we are the ones that are directing these technologies. And why not use them for good, to make our lives easier, to have more leisure time, to use them for improving the way we want to live and cherishing the principles that we find important. Nonetheless, we also have to think about the challenges that all these transition may pose. In particular, the challenges it may have for the jobs. We will create a number of new jobs in the green sectors, but a number of jobs will disappear as well. And it's, of course, not first time in the history that happens, but we have to think about how are we going to handle that. For example, green transition can impact income inequality, where workers in the green and new promising sectors may enjoy higher wages, whereas those in the industries that are going to be in decline may face lower income. We can also expect to see regional disparities, as not all countries and economies will be adapting to this with the same speed. So security of employment will be very important. So as these new green economies emerge, we must ensure worker representation, fair labor practices, and also protection of worker rights. We also have to focus on reskilling and upskilling our workforce, providing digital literacy and technical skills to thrive in this evolving job market. So overall, there is great potential to reshape our societies for a better. We have a chance to combat climate change, drive economic growth, but also empower workers. And as Reshaping Work Foundation, I can tell you that we will continue being busy with the topic of the future of work, facilitating multi-stakeholder discussions on these topics and bringing everyone together, and do our part to ensure a better future for all. I'm very much looking forward to discussing these topics in the next couple of days with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanna. And as I do not see, is Jos Korte there or Francesco Corti? I think they're slightly delayed. Wait. Good to see you. Come up. Wonderful. Francesco, welcome. And I think you can, in principle, already take the podium. So Francesco Corti is the advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister in Belgium and to the Minister for Employment and Health, and therefore the representative of the upcoming EU-Belgium presidency. And one of our keynote speakers today, and we are very happy you made it in time, and it's immediately yours.
We are close, It's just 5 minutes by bike.
By bike, that is something we heard.
Yes. So first of all, many thanks. Please look at me when I go beyond the 10 minutes. But it's really a pleasure to come at the CESI days 1 year after last year's conference when we were discussing about the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which role to foster an inclusive recovery in the EU. And today, actually, I have to change a little bit the hat because indeed, as you said, I'm going to try to convey you some key messages on the priorities for the next Belgian presidency. So I will start from 2 lessons learned that some of you might have already heard from Minister van den Broek, a little bit to contextualize why we need a strong social agenda in the next Commission. So the first lesson is that after COVID, I think everyone agrees that if we want to fight a pandemic, we need strong, resilient, and inclusive welfare state. How can you actually fight a pandemic if you not have adequate and transparent and accessible sickness benefit? How can you ask the businesses to stay closed if you don't have adequate short-time working schemes? How can you indeed actually ask the people to stay home if you're not able to protect their income? But the second lesson that we have learned from the pandemic is that actually, even in case of well-organized welfare states, actually in the EU, we need mutual support, we need solidarity. And the action that the EU has put in place, I'm thinking, for instance, at the SURE program, turned to be a big success. Everyone today is actually talking about the Recovery and Resilience Facility, but the very, very first social answer that the EU gave was to actually act as a second line of defense for job retention schemes by providing back-to-back loan mechanisms to member states to finance their short-time working schemes. Despite all these positive lessons learned that we have learned from the pandemic, and despite the quite very rich agenda that, thanks to the entrepreneurship, I would say, of Commissioner Schmidt in DG Employment, there is still a long list of to-dos, and that's the reason why our presidency, which comes at a very, very specific moment, as you well know, because we come at the end of this legislature, so we have the need to wrap up a lot of legislative files that are still ongoing. I'm not going to focus on that, but let me mention the 883 regulation, which is still ongoing. Let me mention all the dossier on the digitalization of social security, which is in our presence as well quite an important aspect. Let me mention obviously the platform workers, because it's still there. We have a general position now in EBSCO, but we still have to start with the negotiation, with the disability card. But on top of all these files that need to be closed, I think that the Belgian presidency has a quite important responsibility, which consists in setting the agenda of the next Commission. We have to look forward and look at 2024, 2029. Actually, what do we want to put at the center of the next Commission agenda? And let me say immediately that to set any ambitious agenda, we need vision, evidence, and ownership. We need vision, we need a framework that is actually helping us to navigate, if you wish, the twin transition, to navigate this complex world. And when it comes to social policy and employment policy, I think that the European Pillar of Social Rights is and should stay the only reference framework. It started with the Juncker Commission, it continued with the von der Leyen Commission. We need to make sure that this will continue to be the reference framework for the European social model, or as the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, call it the social rule book of the EU. But we need also evidence. We need to look at what has been implemented. As I said, a lot has been done over the past 10 years during the past 2 commissions, but we need still to look at what are the holes still pending when we need further action to fully implement the principle of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And the third element, we need ownership. We need to co-create. It's not just let's say, the high ambitions of the Belgian presidency, together, I have to say, with the Spanish presidency, because I think for the first time, we decided, at least at the level of the EBSCO filière, to co-create a joint program with the Spanish. Obviously, they have elections soon, but I would say that all the priorities that I'm going to focus on are very much shared with the Spanish presidency. So let me mention 2 key events that will happen under our presidency, and starting from that, I will then illustrate what are the key priorities. I said we need ownership. So our first ambition in order to have the European Pillar of Social Rights still high on the next social agenda, is to organize a high-level conference in La Hulpe, so close to Brussels, on the 15-16 of April 2024. The purpose is to adopt an interinstitutional declaration, which should be signed by the Commission, the Presidency, the Parliament, the social partners, and the civil society, which should serve as a sort of action plan for the next Commission agenda. You know that in 2025, the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights will come to an end. We need, as I said, an evaluation, but we need also to identify what are the lines of action that we want to pursue. And the second event, and maybe I will come later when in the question time, is obviously when it comes to social Europe. I remember, Klaus, last year we were talking about the RRF, and we were talking about the idea of a social conditionality, which is now actually taking place. But social Europe means also social mainstreaming. Social objectives are not only pursued via legislation, but they are also pursued by mainstreaming social objectives in other areas. One of them is the European economic governance. So for the first time in the, I would say, in the history of the European Union, we will have in June 2024 a jumbo meeting with the ECOFIN and EPSCO minister together, discussing about the social dimension of the European economic governance. So these are the two key events, but that are to a certain extent already conveying the messages of what are the key priorities of the Belgian presidency. All these priorities have been put together in a nice non-paper that have been presented at the Porto Social Forum in May 2023, so this year, which has a quite of an ambitious title, which is Step Up a Gear, the European Pillar of Social Rights as a compass for a stronger social Europe. And in that non-paper you can find a list of proposals, and I will only now focus on the ones that are obviously under the portfolio of Minister van den Broek. The first one is access to social protection. I mean, maybe some of you, I see also here in the room, are now tired to listen to that, but we need to put access to social protection high in the agenda again. And the title of these 2 days of conference refers also to the importance of the green transition. When it comes to social security and access to social security, sickness benefit, unemployment benefit, etc., the link between the digital transition and the impact on social security system is quite clear, especially at the EU level when it comes to intra-EU mobility and making sure that we are able to monitor the movement of workers across the EU. But it is less evident what is the impact of the green transition on our social security system, but the impact is absolutely great. The effects of climate change on employees and on the insured people is actually quite high. Let's think about heat exposure. Let's think about the spread of infectious diseases and allergies. Let's think about natural disaster. All this has an impact also from a budgetary perspective on our social security institution. And I'm very happy and pleased to see that actually National Social Security Institute, starting from the German Social Security Institute, they are working quite hard on making the link between the green transition and the digital transition and the influence on social protection. We have a recommendation 2019 on access to social protection. This recommendation, I think, set a very, very clear principle on how our social security system should be designed in a way to guarantee access, affordability, transparency, and formal and effective coverage. Many people, despite the important novelties that have been put in place in Social Security Institute to answer to the pandemic, many people, especially vulnerable groups, low-skilled in poor sectors, temporary workers, platform workers, they still do not have access to adequate social protection. We have a recommendation. It's a very good starting point, but I think we have to step up our ambition. And to do so, the Belgian presidency is committed, first of all, to make the recommendation that came to an end to a certain extent in January with the report, very good, published by the European Commission. We need, first of all, to update the set of indicators that are currently used to monitor who has access to social protection, to what extent are social protection systems transparent, are they actually effectively covered all the workers and not only traditionally open-ended contract. We need benchmarking and bench learning via a biannual or triannual report on the state of access to social protection. We have it for adequacy of pension benefit, we have it for long-term care, we need it also for access to social protection. The third step, we need to create a European network of social security institutes, as it is working nowadays with the PES Public Employment Services Network, to facilitate actually the communication between national social security institutes. And I'm gonna just mention a couple of other important points when it comes to access to social protection. Job retention scheme. Sure was a big success. But if you see the uptake of loans of Sure, you may also realize that some countries took a little bit more of time to spend the money that were provided by the EU. The reason being that in their estimates on how much they would have been in need to finance their short-term work schemes was actually not so accurate, because many people did not take up the benefit of short-term work schemes. This is saying something very concrete and very pragmatic. We need to create common standards, minimum standards on job retention schemes that are at the moment not part of the recommendation on access to social protection. And the other aspect is obviously transparency. We might be thinking about an action at the EU level to increase transparency, which means simplification of rules to access to social protection system. In many cases, the level of non-take-up of social security benefits is still quite low. I'm going to conclude, because I see that the moderator is looking at me, by mentioning a couple of other priorities on which, as a social affairs minister, we're going to put our attention on. The first one, access to social protection. Second one is the European Labour Authority. We have to reinforce the mandate and the governance of the European Labour Authority by even thinking about joint inspection at the EU level that are mandated at the EU level in cooperation, obviously, with the national inspectorates. We need also to introduce a kind of legal obligation for data collection and of inspection activity of member states. This is so important. This is so important. There is still big divide across member states on the level of capacity of collecting data, which is linked to the digitalization. This is very important. Obviously, in Belgium, we have a specific interest. We have quite developed system for monitoring intra-EU mobility, the Limosa system, but we have to guarantee that actually this is working for all the member states. Statistics is very important in this respect. And I'm going to close by mentioning a couple of other topics that are important, and I'm sure that the moderator will nicely ask me about the economic governance review. The other two priority when it comes to the legislation are obviously related to mental health. This is an issue. The Commission has just issued an important communication, again, together with our Spanish colleagues. We are very, very much committed to translate this communication into specific lines of action along two directions. The first one is obviously when it comes to health and safety working condition. The EU can legislate on that, and mental health at the workplace, but then we don't have to forget about return to work. After burnout or any other kind of mental illness, we need to guarantee people to return to work. There, the EU has less capacity to legislate, but we should start sharing best practices and envisage maybe soft schemes like recommendation to create best practice across member states. So this, I gave you a very fast illustration of the first part of ambition of our presidency, which is on what kind of other initiatives in the social affairs domains we can implement to fully take the pillar and the baton of the pillar in the next Commission agenda. But I'm sure the moderator will ask me about economic governance later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco, also for helping me to keeping time. But believe it or not, I was looking at you because I was listening. To avoid this misunderstanding, I may perhaps look away from time to time. But I'm very happy to say we are also joined now by Joost Korte, Director General at the European Commission for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. And I'm happy to give you the floor because we would want to start the discussion after both of you have spoken, unless you want me to continue speaking a little bit so that you get, because I can see that you arrived just now. Thank you very much.
Yes, I arrived just now and I was late, so I have to start with an apology. I'm really sorry, but I got stuck in another meeting, and then the Rue Felix Hap is actually quite far away from the Rue de la Loi, so I overestimated my speed and I underestimated the distance. So anyway, good afternoon, and I'm really very happy that you invited me for your summer days. I remember last time when you invited me, but that was also, I think, the summer days, but online. You also, CESI also had chosen a very good topic, which was precarious work, empowering trade unions to address new challenges. I remember very well, and in that meeting I said that this is a real priority for the Commission. I'm so grateful that you take this forward. And I think I can say the same today, because your topic today is again, I think, goes of course to the heart of the Commission's political program on the green transition. The core of my message today will therefore not really change compared to what I said 2 years ago. It is that in times of change and transition, we need to really make sure that workers are at the heart of our efforts and that jobs and working conditions do not deteriorate as a consequence of this transition, but improve. Let me first say a few words about the issue as such, although I'm sure that most of you are quite familiar. As I said, the green transition is, I think, really the priority of the European Union. The program that Ursula von der Leyen presented now 4 years ago. And it's also, I think, clear that if you look how much has been achieved ever since, it's actually quite impressive. If you look at, in particular, the legislative agenda of the European Union, the Fit for 55 package has almost completely been adopted. We know there are still a few issues, well, quite important issues, but the bulk of it has actually been improved and is now the law. Which means that we also move to a second stage, and I'm actually quite concerned about the second stage. This is the implementation of all these fantastic new targets and objectives and legal requirements, but they need to be implemented. And you see, and I'm sure in your member states you see the same, that this is actually turning out to be rather complicated. We know the discussions in Germany about the heat pumps, but also in my own country, in the Netherlands, where we face real opposition from society to implement what I think everybody has agreed to. So this is quite worrying, and I think as this year progresses, we will see much more of these issues. Nevertheless, if we look at the opinion polls, 9 out of the 10 European citizens do actually agree with the transition and with the need for a transition. I don't think that is contested anymore. It's really the fairness of the transition. How are we going to do this? And how can we make sure in the European Union that everybody is treated fairly? And this is, I think, going to be, in a way, the litmus test of the whole of the transition operation. And here a couple of points that I would like to bring up. First of all, skills. I think it is clear that we need to empower the people to adapt to these changes, and that means that many people's jobs will change as a result of the transition. And here again, the facts are not very good. Only 1 out of the 10 European workers in the energy-intensive industries said that they have upgraded their skills last year. So human capital investments is really a cornerstone of our green policies, and skills ensure inclusivity in the transition, strengthen the competitiveness of the European Union, and allow it also to respond to a rapidly changing economic and labor market environment. Shortfalls in skills are a real challenge for the Europeans today. If we look again at a few figures, it's always good. If you ask companies what is the main obstacle that they are encountering to find people, they say that it's the lack of availability of skilled staff. Is the most significant obstacle they report to us to investment. Almost half of the EU citizens themselves, 46% in fact, say that they lack the skills to contribute to the green transition. And then, of course, the skills is one thing, but also the quality of the job. I mean, this is not a given either, that green jobs will sort of magically be good jobs. This is not a guarantee at all. In fact, many jobs, if you look in waste management, in recycling, agriculture, are in fact characterized by relatively poor working conditions, low pay. And the same applies to some jobs that will be in high demand, like construction or transport. So there is a lot of work to do here. And I really want to also say how important the social partners in an organization like yours is to make this all work. This is not something that can be, I think, automatically decreed by law or imposed by Brussels or by national governments. This is something that needs to be done, I think, to a very large extent on the work floor, and also with maybe different solutions per sectors, different solutions per companies. And I think here's a very important role for the social partners. Now, what is the European Union doing here to help, to make sure that this transition is indeed fair? And I hasten again to say that this fairness is not something that will happen by default. This needs to be this needs to be the result of concrete policy action. Well, we have the European Bill of Social Rights with its 20 principles, which is a very strong framework for building this fair transition. And I'm also quite sure that when we move into the next mandate, the European Parliament elections and then the new Commission and the new 5-year plan, that I think the pillar will stay. And my view is that it should stay as an anchor of many, many things that we do, and we should continue operationalizing it, making it real and more tangible than we did over the last 5 years. First point. Second point, money. If you look at the funding that is available to make the transition fair, there is actually a lot of money already there through EU funds, and of course matched by very substantial funds from our member states. I mean, the Social Fund Plus alone, we have looked at the figures, and there was about 9.6 billion euros available there for the promotion of green jobs between now and 2027. And there's much more funding available in the Recovery and Resilience Fund, the European Regional Development Fund, and don't forget the Social Climate Fund, which has been created, and which should have more or less the same size as the European Social Fund Plus. Also about, not entirely clear, but between 80 and 100 billion euros over 5 or 6 years. So for once, I think money is not really the issue. Of course, it needs to be spent well, it needs to be absorbed, and it needs to be turned into programs that are the right ones. If that happens, and we look at the impact assessments that have been done, there are calculations that say that the green transition can actually lead to a lot of additional jobs. Here, calculations range between 1 million extra jobs, even 2.5 million extra jobs by 2030. Not automatically, you need to work to get this. And then also about 500,000 new jobs could be creating in the so-called net zero clean and tech industries, which is now also very much at the heart of the Net Zero Industry Act that the Commission put on the table a few weeks ago. That was my second point. My third point is the Council recommendation on fair transition. There is actually an act of the Council that was adopted last year that puts down the obligation on member states to ensure that the transition is indeed fair. It's a recommendation, so it's not legally binding, and hence it's quite a weak instrument, but that's the only thing we have for the moment. The treaties will need to be changed if you want to go any further, and of course we need to work in the context of the existing treaties. But this recommendation is still quite important, and I use it a lot, because if you read what it actually says, it does actually say all the right things. Now, words are patient, or was it Mao who said paper tigers? But if it's implemented by member states, it will really make the difference. So the call upon you is, locally and in your member state, to make sure that member states are held to account. This is what they agreed to at the level of the ministers. From the side of the Commission, we will obviously look into a clear follow-up, monitoring these commitments. We are actually also going to set up a specific instrument, a monitoring system to do that, to hold member states to account. Another policy solution that we put on the table is, I think, embodied by the European Year of Skills. I already mentioned quite a few things about skills earlier on in my presentation. But here again, this is not just words. This is also something really happening on the ground. If I look at the large-scale ecosystems and strategies that have been created, there are now 18 sectors in the European Union where business, social partners, education facilities, vocational education and training centers have put themselves together in these large-scale partnerships, and they represent 1,500 different actors, and they have committed to provide reskilling opportunities to more than 10 million workers. So this is also something that is real and that should indeed make difference on the ground. Finally, as I said, the Net Zero Industrial Act and the focus on competitiveness that I find also very interesting and I wanted to share with you. I've been in this job now for 5 years, and I must say that in the way that the European Commission and others speak about the human capital, human talent, has changed a lot. And that's why the European Year of Skills, which it's essentially a communication exercise, but it's important. It's a recognition that at the highest political level, politicians understand how important the people actually are and the skills, and that without the right people, we will never do these transitions. It will just not happen. If we cannot make attractive jobs, if we cannot skill and upskill the people, all this will stay, in the words of Mao, a paper tiger. It will just not happen. And I think this realization, which I think maybe many of us always had, is now being shared at the highest level inside the Commission. And also, if you look at the conclusions of the European Council, they say the same thing. That people, talent, investing in people is actually an essential feature of the future of our model in the European Union and of our competitiveness. It moved in the 5 years that I've seen it from something that was, yes, nice to have, you need to talk about it, social, nice to have, but it moved to something that is now, I think, a lot realer, more real. And that's why we're very lucky also that we have the Spanish presidency and people like Francisco coming on the 1st of January with his minister to build on this. Words are easy and it needs to be implemented, but I do see a big change. And here, just read the package that the Commission brought out on the Net Zero Industry Act, the Green Deal Industrial Plan. I mean, you may have read it, and it's actually quite impressive. And this brings me to my last point, very briefly, that, as I said at the start, I really do believe, and the Commission does believe, that social partners, and indeed also civil society, are absolutely key for an inclusive, democratic, and fair transition. And earlier this month, you will have seen that in the Council of the Ministers of Social Affairs and Labour in Luxembourg, they adopted another important piece of legislation, a recommendation to strengthen the social dialogue in the European Union at all levels. And we will see many more activities there. Again, we can be skeptical. This is just a recommendation. Who cares? It is actually the first time ever in the history of the European Union that there is an act in which says what the social dialogue should look like. We've never done this. We speak easily about social dialogue, but there is no text, EU text, that actually says what the requirements of a good social dialogue should be. We borrow this from the ILO from time to time, and then we do as if it's ours. But now, for the first time, we have a legal text, and I think this is actually quite important. It means that we can hold member states, and we know who they are, to account, and already today there are country-specific recommendations for I think, certainly Hungary and I think also Poland. And this will just become a lot easier when you have a council text which clearly spells out what the social dialogue should be like. I also think that this is going to be really important to have these EU standards when we enlarge. I don't know when this enlargement will happen, but we now have, I think, 10 candidates officially recognized. And I think it is very likely that they will enter the EU at some stage. And also in those countries we know very well, including in Ukraine, that the social dialogue is rather poor. And now is not the right moment when they are fighting for their survival, maybe, to make a lot of fuss about this. I understand this, but it is something that they need to get into order if they want to adhere to the EU. And I think here this recommendation is going to be actually quite important. I'm also very happy to note that the Spanish presidency that will start next week is building on this. There will be a lot of activities on the green collective bargaining and conference that they will organize. And they also aim for council conclusions. So this is all all very good, and I want to end my short presentation to thank you very much for your attention, and saying that we are indeed collectively committed to helping deliver a fair and just transition, and together with social partners and the whole society in the years to come. And if this is not done, again, I'm very worried about the whole transition, that it may never really happen. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Joost. And perhaps I start with you because something that you said struck me. You said job conditions should not deteriorate but improve. And the discussion is, of course, today about the Green Deal and how to come from Green Deal to social gains. I'm sure you know the figures that, for example, the OECD says that the social divide is increasing since a few decades, and that despite a lot of efforts that the European Commission and member states have done. What do you think? I also heard you saying about you're worried about the implementation of many of the things that have been decided. Where do you think this increasing social divide comes from? Is it because the Commission needs better tools? Is it like what could be changed, or where do you think lies a reason for this development, which you hope to be, I guess, changed through the Green Deal, but is that very realistic? I had the same problem. Can someone perhaps, because...
That's on purpose.
Yeah, they did that to me too. So, and I'm very pleased you don't know how to, because otherwise it would just be me. Okay. Do you mind speaking louder? I'm happy to give you mine thing here, but...
I hope you can understand me. No, this is a very good question and not so easy to answer either. If you look at the figures, then the European... Okay, voilà. Thanks. Yes, yeah. So, now it's better, yeah. If you look at the figures, whatever you say, the European Union is, in fact, the most equal society in the whole of the world. Huh? And that's the first point. There's no other place in the world where there is so much equality as here. Does that mean we are perfect? No, not at all. That is, of course, not at all true, but it's better than elsewhere. Which is, I think, also the reason why so many people want to come to the European Union. It's also true that studies indicate very clearly that the more equal a society is, the more performing it also is, and the better it is positioned to undergo successfully transitions. This is also, I think, very, very much proven by science and observations. The inequality that exists, I think, comes from only partially because of the wages. I think the biggest driver of inequality is actually capital, acquired capital, and in particular houses. And this is, I think, where, yes, I mean, where the European Commission can do very little other than identifying this as a big issue, as a big risk for our societies, and calling upon the member states to do something about it. But I don't think we have any legal means to force them. Of course, when it comes to wages, we have instruments. And the minimum wage directive is the last one, but there are also others. And I think the market, in a way, functions also rather well when it comes to wages. I mean, I don't know, I've used this anecdote maybe before, but I'm from the Netherlands, and we have this big airport that's called Schiphol, which used to be one of the best and the most efficient in the world, and lives from transfer of passengers coming from the whole world and then taking another plane. And what happened in the pandemic, the airport essentially closed. They let go all their staff, and when they wanted to start up again, the staff didn't come back. And this led to enormous queues and cancellation of flights, and I think the prestige of the airport has gone down, has suffered a lot. And what was the reason? Simply the pay was so low. And many of the people, and security people in particular, but also the people that handle luggage, they found much better jobs elsewhere. what happened in order to get them back? For the security people, Schiphol doubled the income. Net double. Then they came. So it's happening. For the luggage handlers, also the pay went up very substantially. And this is, I think, where you see, and I think the same will happen with the jobs that are required for the green transition, that there will be a bonus on their wages.
Thank you very much for that. Still coming back, because one of the guiding questions for this conference is also what the impact of the transition will be on different regions and industry sectors. And looking at the implementation of the Green Deal, I think we have an excellent tool, which is the European semester, so the reporting of the member states to the European Commission. And Francesco, I direct this to you. But from what I see, there was an EBSCO meeting a few days ago where the so-called social convergence framework was discussed and adopted, or supported at least, by a qualified majority. I remember the Beyond GDP discussions, the Stiglitz Commission, etc. We haven't gone very far, but do you think there is hope that through the social convergence framework we'll have measures that help us to getting where we want to be? Because in business, what you say is what you measure is what you get.
Yeah. Well, I look obviously also at Jos. Let's put some caveat. Let's say that the good news is that there is a majority of member states that supports the idea to integrate into the European semester a new mechanism, which is basically purposed of better monitoring social and employment performance of member states, something that the European semester is already doing, but by providing much higher political visibility in the European semester process. So this was an idea that, as you know, the Belgian and the Spanish government launched a couple of years ago. It was called the social imbalances procedure, maybe with a little bit too controversial name, and we agree on that. But the idea was exactly that as President Juncker said, we have a social triple A for Europe. We need a social financial triple A for Europe. We need a social triple A for Europe. So also the economic and the social objectives within the economic governance should be put on equal footing when providing recommendation to member states. So now we have this instrument that is meant to be integrated into European semester. The purpose is exactly that you should give visibility, but you should also prevent or intervene in those cases where you see risk for convergence, risk for social convergence. Practically speaking and technically speaking, we will rely on the same battery of indicators, because sometimes we forget about the fact that the EU is actually having a battery of indicators which is quite good. The point is how we use this indicator to analyze the performance of member states and to address actually the social challenges in these member states. From our Belgian perspective, we are very happy with how it has been designed, and we have absolutely to please the European Commission for the hard work that they have done in the technical meeting, because there was a working group that worked for basically 9 months on how to design these measures. But we are double pleased to see that this is coming in a very particular moment in our European Union policy debate, because we are discussing about the economic governance review. Because all this is very much linked. If you are able to say that some member states are at risk of social convergence, and you provide them recommendation, and you produce yearly council conclusions on the state of social convergence in the EU, you should also be able to create an holding environment, let's put it in this way, that is enabling member states actually to address the social imbalances and to intervene by giving, for example, a little bit more flexibility in terms of time, to treat in a way that you can combine social investment together with reforms, because that's very important from the fiscal perspective. It's not only about money. And what I said before is something that for us at the Belgian level we care a lot. We put in, during the pandemic, in place a lot of measures to protect, for instance, self-employed, with the creation of this, with the reinforcement of these bridging rights. But this came with a lot of positive, let's say, consequences in the short term, but quite some concerns on the long term in terms of how you finance this scheme, who you target with these schemes. So it's important, and that's why we look with very interest at the proposal of the Commission of this combination of reforms and investment together, and we need really to operationalize the way through which the semester, which will be the cornerstone of the new European economic governance, because member states will get flexibility based on country-specific recommendation fulfillment and the presentation of reforms and investment. We need to make sure that not only the recommendations are drafted in a way that are actually really addressing the social imbalances in the member states, but then that we provide a framework to support member states in investing and reform.
Thank you. I want to take what you've just said and ask Giovanna. It's like what you've just heard from Francesco and Jos, is that you work a lot with platform workers, and they are the ones where we often feel they will lose out because of lack of social protection, because they are independent workers, because they work often with big digital companies. So what's your experience there? And I know that you have done research in heavily regulated markets and not so heavily markets. So what is your experience? Is it arriving at platform workers?
I would say whether platform workers are concerned with access to social protection or not really depends on their level of dependence, vice versa the platform. Those workers that are really looking for this kind of work as a side hustle, they're less concerned. Those that are really dependent on this type of work for living, they're definitely seeing consequences of not having access to social protection. For example, I'm very glad that Francesco actually brought this as an important topic. So my colleagues and I did a research on platform workers and regulation. So basically, we wanted to know whether workers are in a very heavily regulated city or a very weakly regulated city, whether they thought differently about a platform they worked for. So we took Uber as a case study. And there's this forum, it's called uberpeople.net, and workers go there, they talk to one another, they give tips to one another about best places to drive, insurances, and so on. So what we did is we scraped the entire text data from that platform, so we could see what workers talk about, but we knew whether a worker was placed in a New York or London, which is a heavily regulated city when it comes to ride-hailing, when it comes to Uber, or we knew whether they're, for example, in Los Angeles, which is a very weakly regulated city, meaning anyone can become Uber driver, you just need a driving license and so on. Well, what did we find? We found that these cities, in very heavily regulated cities, the drivers were much more, their sentiment towards Uber was much more positive. They were willing to actually help work towards Uber's end. It's almost like the regulation created dependence between Uber and workers. Workers depended more on the platform because it took them a long time to become a driver. They had to pay hefty fees and so on. And in the weakly regulated ones, it was very easy, so Uber also depended less of them. So the main point is that regulations can actually strengthen the dependency between a platform and their workers.
So, hearing that, what I wonder, if I were a trade union, how does this development impact on my work? Is it something that I need to take into account? More independent workers, changes in digital, in social securities. Can I still focus on the same issues? Skills, I heard skills a lot also from both of you. What about those who are not in employment? Klaus, how does this whole development impact on your work, your organization?
Well, first of all, I wanted to react also to what Francesco and Jos said. Just, you know, I'm a trade unionist as such. I always say I'm being paid for being ill-mooded and dissatisfied. But I have to give it to the Commission. That was quite some serves they have been making in these past years. So also here from our trade union side. I'd say we have the two things, of course, the digital transition with all its consequences and the green transition. For the digital transition, I think we have to find also new models. We also have to reorganize certain parts. We have to attract young people. We have to attract workers or persons who work for platforms who are scattered, who are decoupled from, let's say, space and time, and who are not coming in the morning to a factory and leaving at 5 in the afternoon, and whom we can talk to. I mean, these are tremendous challenges. What I find very interesting and very powerful also as a tool is this proposed directive on fair platform work, because it combines, to my mind, provisions or articles which apply to workers, so those who are considered as classified as workers, and to all the persons working for platforms. And then this becomes, how could I say, a playing ground also for trade unions when it comes to the right to redress, the right to complain, the right to go to court, when it comes to transparency issues, when it comes to, I don't know, algorithmic management, etc. There's a clear task for trade unions. So we also need this practical approach whenever something is useful. So first, we have to access these workers. Second, we have to provide a service. Well, we have very strong discussions within the trade unions whether this service-mindedness in trade unions is the future, or whether we should actually come back to the principle of more solidarity, whatever the sense to creating something common around not only a service, but to create some kind of ownership around the movement. Also to turn to the grassroots movement. I think we have good examples from Uber and Deliveroo, where also very efficient and strong trade unions were emerged from that. It's very easy to have this discussion here in Brussels. You can always say, yeah, you should do this and so on. So I could really, these are discussions, these are topics for our members on the ground to listen to their experiences. There's a lot of research which has been done, also some guidelines from the ILO, so many things we can look at, but I think really the issue to reach out, to reach the workers is the main focus. Sorry, when it comes to the green transition, I'd like to refer also here what has been said. It was quite an amazing conference. Many of you were probably there, this Beyond GDP conference in the European Parliament. And there also we heard the voices of the ETUC in this case. And I mean, I can imagine, and Joost Korte was saying that, it's about enabling environment for trade unions. It's about having the workers and the representatives at the center. But it's also about a power game, And so if I don't know, a company management says we have to relocate, we have to cut jobs, we have to restructure, what is actually your power unless you're representing skilled workforce? And so to create also here an enabling environment, and there I close also, I'll come back to what you said at the beginning. I remember last year we had these very interesting talks referring to the RRF, that we need strong social conditionality in collective bargaining coverage as one of the conditionality for, I would say, public spending, for state aid and public procurement. I think these are, with relatively small tools, with having a clear EU competence, something where we could influence indeed this how could I say, this balance of power.
So a good reference to how Brussels discussions sometimes go and what happens really on the national, regional and local level. There are a lot of representatives from trade unions here, and I encourage you to participate in the discussion. I still have one question to Birgit, also because we hear a lot. We heard from Joost how happy Europe is, and it is, about the social achievements that we have for our economies. We heard about the social convergence framework that hopefully now helps in measuring really social progress, and who knows, maybe GDP will also at one stage be slightly reshaped. When it comes to social market economy and how to keep it, looking forward, looking at really implementation of the Green Deal and what it is aiming to do, what are the most important 2 or 3 steps for you who has worked like in 14 years in that area?
I think, first of all, it is really important to stick to our strength to be social and to include this. I think it was shown in the pandemic. If you were looking to the United States or to China, which are far ahead of us regarding the digitalization, for example. But in this time, we went better off. It was better here in Europe, and we should stick to this. To think always this social impacts within everything we do. I think another point is look at yourself, look at your company, and what can you yourself change. I think a big point is participation. In every company, everyone is the expert for his own work, his or her own work, and they can only make the necessary changes. There's not only one person in a company that can do it, so participation is the key to reach all the changes that have to be made. Yes, transparency, being authentic in what you are doing, I think this is really, really important. And you have to reach high. Don't say only, I don't take so much energy, now it's a little bit less and it's okay. But we have to think about regenerative ways to do our work. And I think if we stick to this and use, for example, digitalization as a method to reach this, as a working method to change this, to be innovative, we can reach all this. Because if you look at companies who are which are agile and which work in a new work style, they are socially more equally than other companies. They are on eye level, and I think this might be an example for the higher level, for politics. Just ask the people and take them with you. You were talking about the pumps, the heat pumps, I think they named in Germany. This law, it's awful, this discussion, but nobody explains to the people what this is about and what will happen if we don't do these things. So please talk to the people. They're intelligent, they will understand. Just not let them fight and don't only make politics. Look how serious it is, and that's all about it. Just talk to the people and tell them what this is about.
Thank you very much, and I think you've been very clear. We all know that communication is what is most difficult, not only in politics, also in organizations, almost everywhere. I would want to open the debate to the audience if there are any questions. There are. So maybe, if you don't mind, stand up, identify yourself, and do me the favor and stick to questions also in order of keeping the time.
Thank you so much. My name is Roos Wouters from the Workers' Union. I live in the Netherlands. It's a workers' union for the Netherlands. And I heard Joost say that it was all being all right because the people in the Schiphol earned twice as much. But it's the way, I think, and I wanted to, well, maybe Joost, but other ones as well, to reflect on that. Now self-employed is being looked at as not social secure, not so everybody has to have an employment again. Only the tenders, I don't know how you call this, the making, being able to get a lot of money from the EU or the government, they select prices. And then with the Schiphol, they undermined the pricing so that the cheapest one, who paid less, they got the job done. So first, the people who were in security, they were getting paid less and less and less, and now 20% on top. So I think that it didn't double. And it's still the government, as well as the EU, has a lot of things saying and doing that are, there's a big gap between it. So what are you going to do about that?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to take a second lady in yellow behind you.
Yeah, hello, Anne Wagenführ. I'm working for EuroHealthNet, which is a European partnership of public health agencies. I have one concrete question to Mr. Corti, which is you were speaking of mid-April next year in La Hulpe, an interinstitutional declaration. I just wanted to know whether I understood correctly that this would be like leading to the next European Pillar of Social Rights action plans from 2025 onwards. And then I have previously been working for Caritas, where everyone was talking about social economy. Here today, we're talking about green economy. And now that I'm working for EuroHealthNet, the health actors all talk about well-being economy. And my question now to Mr. Korter is a little bit, where do you see overlaps? Do you see overlaps? And are we not missing in the EU a little bit of an overarching strategy? Because we have the Green Deal, we have the European Pillar of Social Rights, we have the digital strategy, but do we not need maybe something like an EU 2035 strategy, which is a little bit more overarching and more comprehensive in order to avoid working in silos? And a last point is, which is just a quick info, we have a project working on reskilling and upskilling of the health and care workforce, which is called Be Well. They just published a strategy, so if you are interested, get in contact with me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there is a third question, I take a third question. There will not be another round. So anyone who would still want to raise a question? If that is not the case, I look at Francesca and Joost. You can choose terms.
Yeah. Maybe I can start. The question about the airport, Schiphol. No, I didn't want to say that everything is okay now. I know that there are also many issues still with safety of the people who take the luggage from the plane, and this is not a happy story. And I think Schiphol, what I find in a way positive about all this story is that the whole business model of that airport, which is actually, as you said, based on tendering between different companies who are then doing the same job but competing at the expense of the worker. So the wages, the lower they are, this I think is at its end. I think this model is not going to survive. And that's, I think, very good news. You need to be a lot more serious and not only compete about cheap services. Anyway, the whole idea that you have this big airport in this country, for me, is okay. I've been away for more than 30 years, but if you go to Amsterdam and you see how close everything is built together and how this airport is also surely very bad for the environment. I have many questions. Then there was the other question about tendering.
One more minute.
Yeah, and about tendering, I think, well, this is a bit of a myth, that there is this European law that requires you to take the cheapest one. It doesn't exist. If you read, I mean, there are many directives, and they are not in my part of the world. They are in another department of the Commission, and it's a single market operation. But it doesn't say that you have to take the cheapest. This is what the member states say, or what cities and municipalities do, because they simply don't want to spend more money. But there's a whole set of criteria. The essence of these directives is to avoid that you are unfairly keeping out foreign companies. This is what it's all about. But if you say, I want to have a social conditionality there, it's perfectly okay to do this. But it comes at a certain cost, of course. And this is where it then gets a bit more complicated. Huh?
Francisco, thank you very much.
Yeah, no, first of all, I confirm in La Hulpe exactly the idea is to have an interinstitutional declaration. The bottom line is to have the presidency, the commission, the parliament, social partners, and the civil society. The high ambition is that this declaration will be signed by all the member states, so that we strengthen the power of this declaration, and we are working in this direction in this respect. Whether or not to, I'm honestly I remember the debate that there was when the 2020 strategy was about to be over, whether we need a 2030 strategy. I mean, we have many strategies. I think we should really try to keep, now we have the European Pillar of Social Rights, There's our conviction that is very, very comprehensive understanding of the three functions of the welfare state that in my view are like, if you wish, the traditional buffers, so the traditional social protection policy, let's say the flow policies that kind of accompany people in the life course transition by protecting in also during work-life, guaranteeing work-life balance, etc. And then you have the upskilling, reskilling, education, so the building human capital part. We have 20 principles. I think we are far away from implementing all of them. However, I think what we need more, I agree with the idea of breaking the silos, is to mainstream the social pillar in all the other domains. That's where we still have to do a lot. Last year we discussed about, and it was very early, you remember in the RRF implementation when we were talking about the social conditionality. Now it is really part of the debate. I can say it's not in the competence of my minister, but there will be, by the State Secretary Dermin, a conference on the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the need to introduce social conditionality in the RRF. This is something for which the trade unions have been calling upon for quite some time, and it's very, very important. So I would say that the first thing is to try to really mainstream the pillar into the other policy area. It's already been done, but we need to make it consistent. So the first thing is social conditionality. The second thing, sorry, I repeat it again, but the pillar should be fully integrated in the European economic governance. And not only, yeah. And so that's really, in my view, it's important because I said before about ownership. We need to act all together. I mean, we have met also in preparation of the presidency. We really need to try to convey a strong message, not to be divided, because it will be important to keep it there as the reference framework.
Thank you very much, Francisco, and thanks to all of you. Interesting perhaps to see what a European citizen, the visual designer, has made out of our discussion, which ranges, and that's something that I've heard from all five of you all the time, like fairness, fair labor conditions, the focus on the people. You said concrete policy action, funding, fair transition, reskilling, competitiveness, and of course, Francisco brought that up very much, Social Europe 2024, the next commission, there should be access to social security for everybody, data is key, and get people back to work. I would say we get people back to coffee now, but we thank you for your discussion. And your input. And before we go into the coffee break, just one thing. You received tickets for the workshops. Please note that there are 3 workshops. Number 1 is from the ILO, Building a Greener Tomorrow, The Power of Green Jobs. It's led by Marek Harsdorf. The second one is from Bertelsmann Stiftung, From Challenge to Opportunity, Supporting European Regions in the Twin Transitions. It's led by Nathan Christ. And the third one is from CEPS, Green Transition Across the EU, What Member States Need to Know, jointly led by Alexandre Unas and Patricia Urban. If you did not get a ticket for workshop 2, Bertelsmann Stiftung, or workshop 3, STEPS, then please be aware that the ILO workshop is here in this room, and you are very welcome there. We meet again, or no, you go to your workshops at 4:45, and we meet here again an hour later at 5:45. I wish you a great coffee break.
So my name is Marek. It's a pleasure. I work with the International Labour Organization. I'm an economist and working in the so-called Just Transition action program that was just created recently. In fact, this month, we concluded the International Labour Conference with conclusions on Just Transition, and Just Transition guidelines were adopted by 186 member states this June. So this session will be interactive. I am not intending to present you anything, but it will not be an escape game, but it will be hopefully interesting, because we will just imagine a story where you are invited by the European Commission to work on two major documents. We have heard it from DG Employment, Joost, who mentioned the Net Zero Industry Act. Their draft is out, but you're invited now to shape this draft, because we want workers, unions, civil society be part of that process, and we need to shape that agenda. That is the first task when you are invited behind closed doors to shape the Net Zero Industry Act, and we'll have one group to work on it, which will be then presented to the entire group after 1 hour. The second is the Social Climate Fund. We have also heard up to 100 billion are supposed to be channeled through Green Social Climate Fund. The idea being that now housing or building and transport is capped in the European trading system, where prices will go up, and the Social Climate Fund is supposed to buffer the effect, notably for poor households. That is the initial idea. However, you are invited to this behind closed door meeting with the European Commission to shape the rules of the game, to shape where these 100 billion should be invested. So at the International Labour Organization, we do quite a lot of research in terms of employment impacts. We call them employment projection models, to estimate the effects on labor markets using macroeconomic models. And we do find that each and every sector of the economy is differently impacted. So when you imagine a certain policy to affect transport, it is not only the transport sector that is impacted. Say if you think of the directive to phase out by 2035 the combustion engine, then obviously within manufacturing you have quite a number of changes, right? Because from the combustion engine you move to the electric drivetrain, which is completely different. However, all the supplying industries, they also impacted. So employment in the supplying industries are also impacted. So often the direct effect, we call it the direct effect, is smaller than the indirect effect. So when you think about now transport and housing and building, these two sectors that are covered by the Social Climate Fund, then you may need to think also of the supplying industries where employment is equally impacted. So what is important that we now work on a sector level, because otherwise I think we are mixing apples and pears, which will eventually water down the policies or the concreteness of what we want to plan. So we will have, again, this new Social Climate Fund, which we want to design and we will look at transport and housing in particular, these two sectors, and any policies that you can think of, any ideas, any programs you see from your organization, from your perspective being important, please include it into your discussion. The International Labour Organization adopted these guidelines, which I had mentioned, which includes social policies, social protection policies, because some sectors will phase down. So you need to transition the workforce, or early retirement schemes, social protection, unemployment for those workers who may not find a transition into the new sectors as easy as maybe younger workers, right? Then we have heard a lot about skills training. These are important policies to consider, but then social dialogue, obviously, as a foundation. Decent work conditions, occupational safety and health, we heard it. So think creatively what you think is necessary to create these 2 million jobs, which we have heard in the European Union, in transport and building. The other group is invited again to shape the Net Zero Industry Act. The idea is to model a little bit the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act, which is basically this Green New Deal at the US level, where we see European companies moving their investment strategies towards the US, where then in January 23, the European Commission adopted this green industrial policies to say what the European Union offers in terms of incentives for companies to stay and to invest here, to make it, we have heard it from DG Employment, to make employment in these emerging green tech sectors reality in Europe. This is quite of a challenge because nowadays we know 90% of batteries, solar panels and so forth, they are produced in China. It's not only the challenge for the US, but you need to come up with bold, I believe, policies in that area to match not only the Chinese capacity, but also the US incentives to bring investments and good paying jobs to the European Union and in your respective member states. So having said that, I wish to now break into two groups. For those who feel they want to shape the Green Social Climate Fund, I will have a group here. And for those, I would say rather in the back, and for those that want to shape the Net Zero Industry Act from the European Union and its draft, they will come over here. So kindly get up, and once you move into the corner, we see how many people we are based on your interest, and then I will further guide you. The Social Climate Fund is in the back, and the Green Industry Act is here at the front. Okay, perfect. So let's do for both groups first. We need to speak to each other. So kindly, we need to arrange the chairs later on back in the same order, but we are allowed to use the chairs as we wish. So kindly do a circle so that you can listen to each other. And I help you here, yeah. Okay, so maybe for both groups, and then I'll join you in each group, just to provide brief introductions. For both groups, we need someone to report back, and I would need to report back to the plenary. So we will close, because we need to report back at the plenary at 45. So we close here at 35, so which gives you exactly half an hour to discuss. We need someone to report back to us, to the whole group, and I will take notes, and I have just 2 to 3 minutes to then report to the plenary thereafter. Now, just quickly decide, don't make it complicated, because a volunteer would be easiest, because we have not much time allocated to the session. Right? So once this is done, I propose you do a brief introduction, because we can do introductions as we speak, or you can do it earlier, but it's helpful to know where you are located, and then you learn about each other as well. Then the key is, for me, because we have really, it's just a brain exercise, we have a bold objective. No? For the industry group here, we want to match the Chinese and the US incentives for green tech, notably in energy, where the focus is, but also in other industries. Don't come up with small things, a long list, but think of bold ideas. And the same is for the climate, for the social climate fund. We have heard Europe is the best place to live. We want this to stay, and you need to come up with bold ideas what this social climate fund should do to protect poor households, and to ensure that the job creation is decent and well-paid jobs, not the shithole airport jobs. The shithole, I thought. Shithole. Airport jobs that we have heard, right? Okay, let's start the discussion. I sit here for a couple of minutes to see, and then I come over, but please, over there, start as well to introduce yourself and come up with ideas. Okay, I think we don't need the mic.
So my name is Steve. I just launched myself. I was mostly on the freelance in the building management. But before that, I was in the railway industry for 3 years and a half. Mainly locally in Rabat and Siemens.
Hello, my name is Victoria from Ukraine. I'm currently working
Chinese that are coming from China, they are buying Volvo companies, other type of brands, and they now have expertise, the investments need to be a principal actor in the way of thinking the mobility. And we can also see China not only as an enemy but also an ally, because they are also going to have higher salaries, better way of living. So for me, we shouldn't say, we shouldn't buy cars or any batteries from China and try to build them here. It's more like how can we, like you said, benefits and have more incentives in Europe. I don't know how to do that, but that's a question we know. For me, I see Europe as more an R&D, an R&D in the transport or in the automotive, more R&D, R&D force, because in Europe we really invest a lot, but we can also see that we are producing less, let's say, the brevet, the patents. We are producing less patents than China. It was before more higher, then now it's lower. And the thing is that if you do have a patent, then it creates also jobs locally, because you can improve the R&D.
R&D, because it's true that there are a lot of universities, as you say, plus selecting so maybe big investment in R&D.
Patents also.
Patents come with what you're
Not everyone that does it, but still lowers the
3 minutes.
Ja, genau. Immer einer für jeden Workshop einer. Kommt der nach vorne, bei dir ist ja noch einer. Und habt so 4 Minuten und bevor ihr anfangt, zeigen wir immer dieses Visual Link. Okay. Aber toll, reden sie alle miteinander. Und das ist echt sehr, finde ich.
Ja, ich habe so ein, das hast du gleich gesehen, ich habe so ein kleines Spiel gegeben. Das ist immer...
Na klar, wer will denn nach so einer Auftaktkonferenz noch weiter zuhören? Super. Und in dem Moment, wo du so wie?
Okay, so I think we need to conclude. I do know we have one reporter back. I believe you have the same in your group. Do you? Okay, you sort it out. However, in the meantime, may I kindly ask you to put the chairs back in the rows and then take a seat, and then I'll ask the rapporteur to kindly come to the front to briefly present the discussion of the group. So now we have 2 new legislations at the European Union. We have the Social Climate Fund to be presented, and I'm very much looking forward what to see part and parcel of it. I hope it's bold. I hope it keeps Europe the best place to live. And then we have the Industry Act, the Net Zero Industry Act, to move all jobs that the Biden administration claims, the 10 million, to Europe, as well as bringing the Chinese manufacturer to invest in the European Union. So let me start with the Social Climate Fund. Who wish to present briefly your discussion? Yeah, perfect. That's even better. I like the idea of having 2. And yes, sorry, I take notes, and I would need then to report back to the larger group.
Okay. All right, so I will just start. So we discussed the transport section and the household industry. And basically, we looked at the different possibilities. Of course, there's the possibility to make the automotive industry more sustainable in building more electric cars. But then, of course, you have all the repercussions, and then other industry sectors like the mining industry is affected, and there are consequences of which we are not quite aware yet. So we thought that public transport should be more promoted, and that basically everything should be done at a European level, so the harmonization. So we always came back to that that it should be harmonized. So it should be really at an international level, and that way we would be most successful. But I leave it to Daniel.
No, so what we agreed on is that scale is very important to have accessibility for everybody to an electric car or to public transport. If you want a heat pump for your house, why should it cost more in Belgium, which is smaller than in Germany or France? We all have the common goals. So I think that the budget should also be aware of those things and be seen on a European scale and have access for every European citizen who is owner of a house or wants to have transportation to have the same common access to these things. But still, I think it's also a difficult field if you're not from the industry. So I think in the discussion should also be brought a panel from specialists out of the industry, out of transportation, so we don't overlook anybody. So to have a fair deal for everybody, I would say.
So now we're making it a 3 now. So I think with the colleague from Vienna, we were also pointing out the importance of the fund being linked to decent work criteria in occupational safety and health, which is now an ILO fundamental right, but also in relation to just transition for any jobs that are transformed or lost as a result of the adoption of new technologies. And that the fund should go towards providing workers with compensation, training and skills. And then there was a comment at the end about social dumping. I think that's how we call it in the union world. And the need to tighten up things like the Posted Workers Directive. But from our perspective, and I didn't say this in the group, but I think there should be some form of duty of vigilance or human rights due diligence when attached to funding for transport and probably housing, construction and renovation as well. Yeah, is that more or less?
No, really, I mean, come on, we had half an hour, 30 minutes, no? And these are great ideas. I mean, access, no? Just the idea that every household in Europe should have access to water, for example. That's a human right, no? So why not every household should have access to a heat pump? Come on, we should be bold. We should be not, why should a German household benefit more than a Belgian one? Let's make it everyone access to renewable energy, full stop. No, cool. The idea is very good. I like it. And then thank you for representing my organization, Decent Work. Obviously, for us, it's the Biden administration, now copying from the US, made it mandatory. These companies must allow unionization. These companies must provide decent wages, no compensation. So I believe the conditionality that whatever the social fund pays out has a conditionality on workers' rights and their wages and so forth. I think that is very important. And then with that, I hand over to you on public transport, because that was the same here. What is the competitive advantage of the European Union? No, we are not the big car driving Americans. We are more like the mingling Europeans, walking, cycling, small cars, and probably taking the train. No, so I think we had similar ideas, and I think it's very, very great to converge with these two groups. Over to you.
Thank you. We were talking about Net Zero Industry Act, and at first we started talking about research and development, because we think Europe is not the continent of a big scale or producing cheaper than the Asian people do, but we are the continent in which 800-900 years ago in Bologna a university started, and here nearby in Leuven also 800 years ago a university started. So Europe is a great continent for research and development, and a Green Zero needs new technology, but it also needs human capital. That's why investment in universities, also applied studies, is key in implementing the better world. We were also talking, and that's a similarity with the other group, about public infrastructure, and why not free public infrastructure, free traveling in public infrastructure in Europe. It's a great idea. It's very big and perhaps very expensive, but we can start. And also about smart transport of goods in Europe. And that will make a very big difference if you want to be net zero. We also talked about that Europe is a rather small continent compared to other continents. So being small, being able to walk or bike in cities or regions in which you know each other should be promoted. And also the small companies and the startups for new technology, new ideas, new ways of producing. So not trying to compete Silicon Valley in California, but do it the European way. Which also, we talked also about what could we expect from the research, development, and the human effort. Perhaps also new types of technology, like, for example, green hydrogen power, but also research and development can bring up new other kinds of things we don't know, but smart people are thinking about today and tomorrow. To end, we also talked about Europe, the open continent. Europe was, for example, for decades or centuries, also a continent in which people emigrated, for example, to the United States or to Australia. Nowadays, we're talking a lot about immigration, mostly in a negative way. Poor people coming to Europe, and people drowning in the Mediterranean Sea. But why not also have a policy to get the smart people, the willing people to build the green Europe, let them come and work here and spread their knowledge with us and build up a new Europe. And the last thing, how to pay it, because it could be expensive. We think that we should have more taxation on resources. So the more resources you use, the more you pay. Less taxation on labor and more taxation on the resources.
Wow. Really, let's give us all a big hand. I think we did a great job in half an hour to shape these two key legislations at the European Union level. And I'll be trying to capture those points in a second. So please just have another 5 minutes before the others come back. And thank you very much for participating in this short group.
Super. Yeah, could I ask the workshop leaders please to join me on stage, Marek? Nathan, Chris, are you already in the room or still in your workshop? Super. Hi. And then I am waiting here for either Patricia Urban or Alexandra Unas. Maybe Telemachos? Maybe it would be possible for you to see whether Patricia Urban or Alexandru Unas join us for the report. Okay. Then my suggestion is we start, because when you go outside, you can already smell the nice food for afterwards. And I guess we all have felt that and feel like, yes, let's do the last round and then go dance and eat. Or vice versa, go eat and dance. I would like to read out again the 5 guiding questions for this conference. Because with 3 of them we have dealt extensively today. 2 will surely be touched on tomorrow. But here they are. How will the Green Deal impact economies, labor markets and jobs? How to make the Green Deal fair, inclusive and sustainable? And what will be the impacts of the twin transition on different regions and industry sectors? We've talked a lot around those. But then also, and some of you may have touched on it in the workshops today, what will be the challenges from the perspectives of the public and private sector? And how can we ensure participation and co-decision of workers in the transitions? So to be borne in mind by our 3 people reporting back from the workshops. And before we start with each, we'll have a summary done by Joyce. So we would start with the first workshop, the ILO workshop led by Marek Harsdorf on building a greener tomorrow, the power of green jobs. Let's see what Joyce has made of it. Here we are. Building a greener tomorrow. I see that people really worked hard. It seems that Marek had a good time in relaxing, and I see 2 working groups, very interactive. I see something that says be competitive with China. Of course, the Net Zero Industry Act, Social Climate Fund. I see a car. Maybe Marek will tell us how the car comes into the middle of that poster. The question of impact, the human rights due diligence, and much more. Marek, is that something that summarizes well what has happened in your workshop? Over to you.
Yes, very, very much so. Because we ask ourselves, look, we don't want to talk, we want to participate in decision making. And so we're hearing all these US administration green industrial policies. They are now investing in the US. They want to create 10 million jobs. The Chinese, they produce all the batteries, all the solar panels right now. So what for Europe? We want Europe to stay the best place to live, to have the jobs created here. So we ask, okay, let's shape ourselves 2 key instruments that are currently under discussion. The first one being the Net Zero Industry Act, which we have heard recently. We aim at creating 2 million jobs, but that was said earlier, but we may increase that to even more jobs. So we asked this group to shape this legislation. What should be in there? And we started from the fact that, okay, we should not compete with China or the US. Why? Because we have a different culture. In Europe is more the small cities, the public transport, the biking, the walking, the livable cities, small shops within cities. So we should focus this Industry Act, yes, also on small cars. Definitely everyone should have access to a small electric car, if wish so. However, we should focus it also on infrastructure, on investment into public transport, including cycling lanes, walking, to make our cities livable for the future. So we had another idea on the industry that needs to power the public transport and other industries, that is through green hydrogen. We could not maybe compete with battery industries in China and the US, but with green hydrogen, that is a possibility. And we need to invest what is the advantage of Europe in research and development and in human capital. That was center stage, where we discussed the oldest universities being in Europe. We discussed we are not the big companies producing many standard items, but we are the research and development universities. We need huge investments into education, research and development, and the human capital. Then the second group focused on the Social Climate Fund, because as I had mentioned, we want to make Europe the best place to live and to work. So an idea was why we have access to water, why we have access to electricity, because that is a basic human right. So we should also provide access, European-wide access, to clean technology for all households. Why there should be rich households that have access to it and poor households struggling with it. So we should provide access, for example, for heat pumps or for key technology to make our economy net zero, to allow all Europeans to access these technologies through the fund. The other important area, including public transport, through the Climate Fund, because public transport provides for social interactions between people. So the public transport was an important element as well. The last criteria, and I conclude, is on the conditionality for decent work. Wages must be paying living wages. Good jobs must be provided, including occupational safety and health, social protection, and these should be conditional on all funds going out from the Climate Fund, that the industries or the households that access, they have decent work conditions. Thank you very much for these two groups, and I very much hope that the European Commission listened well.
Yeah, that is that is exactly what just crossed my mind. What a pity that Joost Korte probably or has left, because this is what comes out when you participate, when you get citizens involved and actively participate. So thank you very much for that summary. If there are questions, we take them at the end. I would want to go through all three workshops first, and Bertelsmann Stiftung, workshop number 2, Nathan Christ, from Challenge to Opportunity, supporting European regions in the twin transitions. Before you start, we have the workshop 2, the green economy and new forms of work, from challenges to opportunities. Blank tables. Okay, blank tables. So over to you, Nathan. What was in it?
Yeah, I'm going to have to help a lot here because there's not quite the diagrams as before. But yeah, so supporting European regions in the twin transition. So that actually wasn't the full story of the workshop. We also took a firm level approach in Germany as well with my colleague Birgit Wintermann. And so to sum up the presentations, European regions have different strengths in different green and digital technologies. And if we're talking about supporting their economic growth, then policymakers should work with local authorities to decide what makes sense to support in what region to make sure that the benefits of the twin transition are spread more evenly across the EU and not just concentrated in the current innovation capitals of Europe. On the firm side, basically the takeaway is that firms see the twin transition in Germany quite differently, and they don't value all three pillars quite evenly, and the social, the green, and the digital, and that companies, in order for transformation to happen in companies, it needs to come from the top. There needs to be some buy-in from leadership, and there needs to be a cultural change within the place of work. That's very important. And then the discussion, we kind of kicked it off collecting personal experiences, and I actually found that very interesting and educational to understand at what speed the twin transition is actually progressing right now in Europe. And what people shared reflected that we've been through it a little bit in the last couple of years with inflation and other challenges that Europe has faced. And that has had a huge impact on how we perceive the green, especially the green transition, in our daily lives. And because of the weight of inflation and that's done to consumer habits, a lot of people reported being unable to pursue sustainable habits in their own personal lives, whether that's buying more sustainable products or traveling in the way that they would like. On the pro side, at least in the case of Germany, the gas crisis helped lower consumption. But I think overall, on the personal level, the way people perceive it in their daily lives, things have gotten more difficult when it comes to pursuing a sustainable lifestyle. And I think Chris Pavlaki summed it up quite well when he said the personal is political. So we are a little, maybe the emphasis on the personal is not right in the grand scheme of things when it comes to accelerating the twin transition. But what we all do collectively in our daily lives has a huge impact, both economically and politically. And it seems like people are, at least in our workshop, and I think it's a lot wider than that, are frustrated with the speed of the twin transition, how it's going in Europe right now. And for a long time, it should have been going faster when things were better. And now that it's difficult, it needs to be at its fastest yet, and we're hard-pressed to make that happen. And then on the firm, the company side, we discussed how there are so many priorities right now that companies are being asked to take into account that it can be a bit of an overload for them to incorporate this into their business strategies, to transform their work environment, to become more sustainable, to digitalize, and that can be a bit difficult. And then from the employer perspective, there was perhaps the most concrete hint at a possible solution that we got was that minimum employment standards for companies that have a lot of international employees in Europe. Minimum labor standards could be really helpful. And I think that just about sums it up. Basically, there's a strong interest, looking especially ahead to the European elections, there's a strong interest in keeping the green transition going. It's extremely important. But it's going to be a difficult road ahead. And I also found it interesting that when I asked people in their personal lives if they felt like things have gotten greener, the vast majority said no. When I asked if they felt the European Union as a whole had gotten greener in the last year, there was a bit of a pause, but generally not enough was the consensus. So I think the tone was a little on the pessimistic side, but I think that's warranted because there's the massive challenges that we have ahead of us. So I'm looking forward to taking that momentum into discussions of possible solutions in the coming days. I don't have many to report right now from our workshop. That's a failing on the moderator's part, but those are our tasks for the next day.
Thank you very much. And perhaps two small questions. When you discussed regions, did you exclusively discuss Germany or mainly Germany? Or was it and the second one, did you differentiate when it came to Germany to whether you talked about Bavaria or Mecklenburg-Vorpommern?
So for the technological capabilities in European regions, that was Europe-wide. Actually, beyond the EU, it was 288 NUTS 2 regions, so we were using the NUTS 2 classification in our study. And for the study on German firms, I can't answer that question because it wasn't my study, but I assume it was a somewhat representative grouping of German companies. Yeah.
Thank you. And we moved to workshop number 3, organized by CEPS. It was jointly done by Alexandre and Patricia Urban, who I think is also in the room. Alexandre is with us. The topic was green transition across the EU, what member states need to know. And I think we are still working on it. Joyce is still working on it. So it feels that a good summary would help in creating the visual for it. Alexandre.
Yeah. Sure. Yes. So as you said, so the workshop was entitled "What Member States Needs to Know." So this is a very difficult question, and I think, as I presented during the workshop, actually the work that we are currently doing is part of this Horizon project, and so it's really at an early stage. But right now, from the work that we have done, which is still incomplete, but from what we have done, if we have something that member state needs to know, it's probably that there's a need for a proper definition of what is a green job and how to measure a green job. I think green transition is a topic that's already been there for more than a decade and even longer probably. And we're still currently lacking an agreed upon definition and a way to measure green jobs that would make consensus. Now, what we have presented during our workshop is a bit our take on what a measure of green jobs should include. So we discussed, of course, so usually you have aspects related to skills, aspects related to tasks, aspects related to output. Now we also adding, I think in our classification or in our typology of green jobs, we're trying to add some aspects related to processes. So anything related to greenhouse emissions during the production process or generation of waste, for instance. And so for us, it was a great actually opportunity to present our work and get some feedbacks. I think some limits were clearly pointed out. We also had some question on how we construct some indicators. And so I think from this point of view, it was a very, very useful discussion for us. Now, the description of the workshop was actually on the labor market impacts, which I think is the natural follow-up. So once you have identified what is a green job, you can say, you can try to think about the potential impacts on the labor market. So we're not at that stage in the project. So we discussed a bit what you can find in the literature, basically a literature review. So of course, impacts on the labor market are probably going to be quite large. I'm not referring to estimates of new jobs, but really when you think about already existing inequalities, if you think of in terms of gender, for instance, the gender pay gap could increase. The study by OECD just shown that. There could be issues in terms of education, with low educated being less able to reap the reward from the green transition. Yes, we also discussed by some inequalities of age, but yes, overall that was our workshop.
Thank you very much. So if I had to summarize, which is always very tricky as a moderator, then I heard about very proactive citizens who are willing to create EU legislation with innovative ideas, to pessimism about where we are really and will regions get there, to, okay, we don't even know yet what a green job is. So this would be my, anyone else who wants to comment or come in on this? Any ideas, the proactive citizens, on what would help? Did you discuss what would help? What, Nathan, challenges? Did you discuss opportunities like what could help the regions to getting there?
We didn't discuss on the regional level what could be done to help. And I think that is a very difficult question because it's going to depend on the specific region. But from what we heard, there needs to be, from what we heard in the workshop, there needs to be support for people who want to undertake positive changes for sustainability, whether that's in their personal lives, in their workplace, maybe they're running a company, maybe they want to found a company that can create green jobs. People need something to help them make the change that they want. It's not a lack of interest. There's a sense that the environment now is very difficult in the EU, and that there's a lack of support. So I think first, it's important to understand what is available in the way of support in your region, and then two, find out what can be done to specifically improve your immediate environment. So start local, start small, and go from there. I think that's the only way to really make the change.
Thank you very much. Marek, there was a lot of ambition in your workshop.
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to comment on the other workshop, because you asked about the green job, because the first point I'd like to make is green job. There is a definition, the International Labour Conference, and its statisticians, they meet every 4 years. In 2013, they adopted the guidelines for green jobs, and they are based on the system of environmental economic accounts. Without going into detail, they provide a definition of the so-called X, environmental goods and service sector. So this is what the International Labour Organization then adopted as a guiding framework for what is a green job, plus the decent work conditions according to the core conventions of the ILO. Brief. We started with that 15 years ago at the International Labour Organization, but eventually when ministers, unions, and governments come to the ILO, what they're really interested in is the aggregate labor market effects of certain policies. To split, obviously, you need this measurement framework, and we increasingly do adopt the SEA guidelines to measure green jobs by sector, which is of utmost importance. However, when you talk to ministries of finance, economy, planning, what they're interested in is what is the aggregate effect. And what is true, our research shows that the direct effect, the direct effect, say you invest into solar, so you have green jobs in the solar industry, manufacturing, But then the indirect jobs, the supply chain jobs, they are often larger than the direct jobs. And then the induced jobs, they're even larger than the indirect and the direct ones. What is an induced job? Induced job is if, for example, I earn an income because I work, and I spend it tonight to have a beer or go to the cinema. So the income that I earn from a green job, for example, let's consider me being a green job, then this has induced effects on the labor market. So if you, for example, in the European Union, shift from oil and gas imports to renewable energies, there's more money in the economy because you do not import the stuff from the Arab states, but you keep it in the country, which creates even more jobs. So what's interesting is the core question, what is the aggregate labor market effect of the green policies, and then by industry to look what kind of skills, gender, youth impact that have to shape the policies.
And I understand that this is what Alexandre was aiming at with his taxonomy.
Yes, exactly. I think it's true that perhaps that there's a lack of definition. It's not correct, but there's a lack of perhaps of how to operationalize the definition and how to actually measure what are green jobs. And so, of course, in our work, ILO is central. Of course, I mean, we have, you were presenting in your workshop, but there's the job quality dimension. We think it's a central dimension. It was mentioned during the plenary. A green job is necessarily a good quality job, and we could think that actually, yes, a green job should be of good quality as well. So these are all aspects that are in the taxonomy. Now, I think you mentioned this environmental good and service sector. This is central. This is in terms of output, but I'm sure that you're aware of all the other classification based on skills from the OECD or based on task. So the idea of our work is to integrate all these to obtain a measure of what is a green job. Yeah, okay, I'll stop here. But otherwise, it's just maybe on the complexity of the effects. Okay.
Very short. Because okay, sorry for interrupting, but I think time has progressed, and if you are interested in the taxonomy that CEPS is currently developing, do not hesitate to approach Alexandre and Patricia during dinner there's Patricia, during dinner, or even on the dancing floor when it starts, okay? But I, in the interest of all of us, I would want to keep time, and I say thank you again to all of us for your reports. You can say. And I asked Mateusz on stage now, from CESI Youth, there he is. Mateusz will have the great challenge to sum up the day. I admire you in advance to doing it. Okay, he does it there.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't have the easiest role now because it's me standing here between this very fruitful and interesting discussions, and on the other side, the stake, which is outside, maybe already swimming. As we could see, it's raining a lot. It's the second time the raining in Brussels on the summer days, so maybe next time we will just directly offer fish. So summer days so far have been a unique opportunity to tap into the labor market of the future. I always feel like we are having here a crystal ball and we are gazing what is happening in the upcoming time. And here today we talked about more green and digital jobs and how to create and embrace them. So a question which still will be asked to ourselves is the EU Green Deal producing a job gain or a job drain? There is no right answer, and probably this is work in progress. Reality has shown us both sides of the coin. In Germany, for example, where I'm coming from, the IFO, it's an Institute for Economic Research, estimates a job loss of 215,000 German workers by 2025, which is already in 2 years, who are active in the automotive industry linked to production of conventional engines. If combustion engines will be banned by the EU by 2035, another 500,000 jobs in the EU will be lost. We are transitioning right now the European Year of Skills, which is EU's flagship initiative for making skills change for the future. While upskilling and reskilling for the green digital twin, or as we could hear today, the triple transition, might be possible for big organizations, small and medium-sized ones do not have the same capacities. There's already a big skills shortage all over the EU. When we are walking down the cities, we can see everywhere we are hiring, we are looking for you, everywhere. And the problem is very complex. We cannot expect factory workers, for example, to simply be able to take over new jobs created in electrical or battery-driven industries. It's not as easy as we would wish. So my main takeaways from today's sessions is we need, firstly, to know better the scale of the changes we need to implement. The job loss and job gain discussion should be a topic for society at large, politicians and us social partners. We can all contribute to shifting things in the right direction, as workers, as trade unions, as civil society, as employees, and as policymakers. We should not repeat the errors of the past, such as when Europe moved away from coal, which led to a mass unemployment all over our continent. Decarbonization could be an opportunity if workers would really be put first. So last but not least, upskilling and reskilling are highly important beyond this year also. And having the right mindset for it should start already at the working place. We need to make more efforts for the EU economy to work for the people. Change is necessary, but we can steer it in the direction which favors everyone. In general, what we do today is paving the way to the green and digital transition through collaboration and networking. The transition to be sustainable economy requires collaboration among diverse stakeholders, and you are all here represented. We bring you together. Workers in the green economy have opportunities to collaborate with like-minded individuals, organizations, and policymakers, building networks that can further their professional growth and impact. So is there a nicer way to network together than at CESI's Summer Days Barbecue, where I'm inviting you now to? So thank you for these great discussions today, looking for them, continuing them tomorrow, and bon appétit et merci.
I suppose we call it the closing words. So barbecue is over there.